Good day, everyone, and welcome to the Tollgate Farms here in Seattle. It is completely reverse of what the weather was yesterday, with the sun beaming down. But today it's back to the Seattle normal. It's cloudy, it's overcast, the clouds hanging over the mountains. It's picturesque, but it's chilly, it's cold, wind blowing across. The news from here is that Silicon Valley Strikers have won the toss and have put the Seattle Thunderbolts into bat. And we are all set to begin with the first ball of the day as Roman Reifer, the captain, starts the proceedings, and he's going to bowl to Ian Dave Chauhan. And right off the bat, Ian Chauhan, who's been slightly subdued in the last couple of games, in the beginning overs, he takes it's by the scruff of its neck. The first big shot, the very first ball. Now, if there was any question about the intent, the answer is right there. So there was a little bit of delay in start of the game, a few minutes rather, because the weather was not conducive for starting a game. There was a tiny drizzle, but as it happens in Seattle, all of a sudden things cleared up and we got a game underway, which is a great news from here. There's been some changes in the sides today, especially for the Thunderbolts. They made a bunch of changes, brought in a couple of youngsters in the side. Ian Chauhan, Lahiru Milanta stay unchanged. Shashwat Kohli, Sujit Nayak, Shivam Sharma unchanged. Shadley, Matt Hennig unchanged. But some of the changes that have happened is Sanat Mishra, Krish Katre and Mayur Lakshmikant. The three big names, and Shreyas Chitneni continues from yesterday's game. On the Silicon Valley striker side, they have effectively retained a side that was playing yesterday. Yuvraj Samra, Amog Arepalli, Tarun Adada, Shehan Jayasuriya, Dilpreet Singh Bajwa, Pranay Suri, Raymond Reifer, Gary Graham, Kamran Hudak, Nawaz Khan Kadwazai and Yusuf Zazai. The same team as they fielded yesterday. Said it's a heavy breeze blowing across the ground. It's cloudy. It's just 59 degrees. It's chilly out here. Of course, for Silicon Valley strikers coming from the warmer Silicon Valley climate, it would be a slightly challenge. Lahiru Milanta playing that slightly upish behind the bowler, single. A lot of conversations yesterday after the second game about the intent of the Seattle Thunderbolts openers. They've been massively successful in preserving their wickets through the power play overs, but haven't been able to push the momentum, and that would be their biggest target today. And going by the looks of it, Ian Chauhan has stopped, and that's a fantastic catch there by Yuvraj Samra in the mid-off. The ball wasn't timed well by Ian, and he played it up in the air. Yuvraj Samra covered a lot of ground, and outstretched hands picked up a nice one-handed effort there to dismiss the skipper of Seattle Thunderbolt. He's done some damage there for himself, but I guess it's just a little hard knock on the knees. Look at that. That shot was on. He was going for a high-risk lofted shot above the bowler, but that took the outside edge. And look at that. Outstretched arms, trying to get both his hands to the ball. Eventually, it's sticking in his left hand. the process it's probably given a nice hard knock to his knees. But a catch nevertheless. What a start for Silicon Valley Strikers. They've got a breakthrough. Cold and swinging conditions here. Six for one. Six for one. Take a look at the sides of Seattle Thunderbolts. As we said, a couple of new faces compared to the team that played against Silicon Valley Strikers yesterday. Sanat Mishra, Krish Katre, Mayur Lakshmikant. Mayur Lakshmikant making his debut today. This is his first game. Interesting talent. Plays under 19 cricket in India. But he is from the United States. And it will be interesting to see what he brings to the entire think tank of Seattle Thunderbolts. That's the unchanged sign of Silicon Valley Strikers. And all of it is for this. As you see that clutter at the top, 10 points each for all the teams. So very massive. This is the last game, league game for Seattle Thunderbolts. They would like to score some points here. As we start with the second over, Shehan Jayasuriya, quite like yesterday, bowled brilliantly in the power play yesterday. Fast off spinners. And the new man in is Shreyas Chitneni. Lahiru Milanta, he would have seen Shehan Jayasuriya quite a bit, having played a lot of cricket together back in Sri Lanka and in Silicon Valley Strikers in the past as well. So a big breakthrough there for Silicon Valley Strikers. The skipper Ian Dev Chauhan, he came out with clearly with a mindset to go on attack. Because one thing that probably was a little bit of a problem was him playing some wrong knocks, but not getting on with it. So he was very clear, scored a boundary, tried another big shot. He could have gotten away with that as well. It was slightly away from the fielder, but Yuvraj Samra pulled off a brilliant catch. Shreyas Chitneni, young talent here, coming up much early into the innings today. He's been in the side for this kind of situation. If the wicket falls early, then he would be in at number 3. Oh, that's a superb shot. The youngster picking it up nicely. Timed it beautifully, but there's a boundary rider there in long on. That's been a highlight yesterday with the Strikers. Their field placement has been impeccable. Their bowlers have worked out their angles well. The team have worked out the field setting for each bowler, each batter. They've not given away too many boundaries. And that kind of puts a lot of pressure on the batters. They have to take a lot of initiative to create the angles, create the momentum, the big shots when the boundaries don't come up. For example, that shot in normal circumstances in a power play would have found a vacant boundary, but just restricted to a single. 9 for 1. The last ball of the second over coming up. A fast straighter ball just going across the batter, and that's the end of the second over. 9 for 1.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Thunderbolts is playing their last game today. They're on 10. They would like to finish on 12. As we start with the third over. Well, the pitch conditions remain quite unchanged, but the atmospheric conditions do have a big bearing on the game. The ball starts swinging rapidly here now with cool, calm, breezy conditions. Rifer is not much of a swing bowler, but it will be interesting to see the other bowlers who depend on swing, especially someone like Yusuf Zazai. It'll be interesting to see what he brings in. Rifer is more of a pace bowler who tries to sort of bowl heavy balls into the ground. Great opportunity for someone like Shreyas Chitneni here to play a very impactful, defining knock for his team. Oh, there he goes. Intention, loud and clear, coming down the wicket. Not well timed. He's looking for a straighter shot, getting outside edge, ball going up in the air, no damage done. Clearly the Thunderbolts seem to have given it a bit of thought that they have to make the power play count. That said, it has to be a controlled aggression, calculated risks being taken. They can't go hell for leather for everything. Eventually they have to play 20 overs, so it's a bit of a mixed bag, really. Slight movement in the air there. These kind of conditions also make it easier for the players to play versus hot blazing condition. Now it's again coming down the wicket, Shreyas. He has made his intent loud and clear. He's going to take the charge. Played a couple of handy knocks last season. Brings in a lot of promise. Great opportunity. Once again, this time it's Lahiru. No timing in that shot. There's a loud thud on the bat. That's the end of the third over, 13 for 1. Roman Rifer 2 overs 10 runs. Picked up the wicket of Ian Dev Chauhan, and they could assist with Shehan Jayasuriya for his second over today. It's a very close call there. The thing about Shehan Jayasuriya is the pace at which he bowls. It's a fantastic ball again. Pitching and bouncing. Milantha was giving it a charge, probably premeditated. And Jayasuriya had pulled the length back. Take a look. It pulled the length back there. It had a bit of bounce and Milantha was charging down. Took a glove or maybe a little bit of a handle and an easy catch in the slips. Second wicket. This innings of Thunderbolts, although there was a lot of intent shown there, isn't going anywhere at this point. 14 for 2. Tail up, I would say. Tail up for the Silicon Valley Strikers. It's rinse and repeat for them. They are a seasoned side. They look to be a very, very compact, tight unit. They've come in here all guns blazing. They haven't done anything different. They're expecting the opposition to do everything differently. And the opposition has to do things differently because there's a lot at stake here. Like I said, both the openers in the hut quite differently. A completely different script being played here. Yesterday the openers had seen through the power play without losing any wicket, but they didn't have much momentum. Today they showed some intent, but eventually falling. And right now the play is kind of halted. The side screen, as you see, the wind here is so rapid, it's taken the side screen down. It's in tatters. The umpires are saying, okay, take it down. The backdrop there, thankfully, is dark enough for not causing any much a distraction for the batter. They should be able to sight the ball easily. As you can see behind the umpire, the backdrop is rather dark. Extreme conditions, honestly, for cricket. Certainly very challenging. The bowling team is not complaining. That's Jayasuriya again. Rapid ball. I wish we had the speed of gun out here. It'd be interesting to see at what pace Jayasuriya is going about his business. There's a consistent drizzle at this point. We've got to wait and see if the umpires take a break here. Once again, it was darted in. Sujit Naik, who's the new batter, bunted that towards the long leg boundary, and that's the end of the fourth over. Oh no, there's still a ball to go. If you recall the last weekend, the second game had a very similar kind of conditions. The rain, the match was curtailed down to 12 overs. Shreyas Chitnani continues his forceful stay at the wicket. Last ball done, 16 for 2 after 4.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app with people who help leading companies transform through technology? Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Shreyas Chitnani career, if you see there, 14 match, 122 runs. Strike now, so we see a change in bowling. First change in bowling. Yusuf Zazai comes in. So there's a lot of promise there for Shreyas. On the other hand, he's got the season pro, Sujit Nayak, 530 runs, 21 games so far. A wild start there from Yusuf Zazai. He was extremely in control yesterday. He bowled a very tight attacking line. Like I said, today the conditions can have the better of you if you try to put some movement in the ball. This windy breeze that's there across the ground right now can make it look rather wayward. Steered down towards third man, and that ball is going to trickle down to the fence as the short third man fielder could not make a stoppage there. That's the first boundary for Shreyas Chitnani, and a very welcome boundary for Thunderbolts. The kind of shots that's been trying, that sort of a more conventional stroke seems to have gotten a better output so far, and that would be probably a way to go from here on. Yusuf Zazai, 8 matches, 12 wickets. We said it yesterday. Looks to be a very solid talent. Scott keeps things remarkably in control. Doesn't try too many outrageous stuff. He's a very bold within himself. Line and length is impeccable, keeps it on the stumps. He doesn't give too much room for the batters to go around. Lovely shot again, this time played in the air, but that should be taken. What seemed like a shot he had timed, but eventually it turns out didn't time it well. It was a very regulation catch for the mid-on fielder. So a short stay at the wicket. Shreyas Chitnani comes to an end. Scores 9 out of 11. There was a slight roll of fingers on that ball. It didn't come at the pace the batsman was expecting. Still he went with the shot, didn't time it well, ballooned up, the mid-on doing the rest. So third wicket falling for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They are in a spot of bother, and they'll be expecting some partnership here. 21 for 3 is not the kind of performance they would have expected after being put into bat. They're having a horrendous power play here. Sort of oscillating between extremes. These couple of games we have seen them having rather watchful power plays, not losing any wicket but not getting too many runs. Today it's the worst of both sides. They've lost a lot of wickets, they've shown some intent, but now the run rate isn't anything to go by. They've at least been scoring the rate of 5.5, 6. Today it's 4.5. They've lost 3 wickets, and now they've got Shashwat Kohli and Sujit Nayak at crease. Expecting a partnership here. Stem the flow of wickets and then probably go in overdrive at later stages. Fantastic ball. If that last ball was a slower ball, this one was an absolute pace one to welcome Shashwat Kohli. Slight movement, ball wobbly seam across the batter with a little bit of bounce. This is a ground which is very difficult for batters to play with a straight bat. They have to depend a lot on the cross-batted shots here. Once again up in the air, but this time safe. Mid-on fielder goes around fielding it. Just a single to get off the mark for Shashwat Kohli. That's the end of 5 overs, 22 for 3. .260 runs for his career of 19 games so far. Shashwat Kohli. As Shehan Jayasuriya continues with his mystery mixed bag that he produces, the fast darts that he bowls. It just varies the line intelligently. Sometimes gets it fuller right into the block hole, sometimes slightly varies it into short of length. The ball gets a lot of bounce because of the pace. This time keeping low. How do you expect the batsman to trust the bounce here and go for some shots? Pitching almost in the same area but having different outputs in terms of bounce. Slightly more on the pads. Pushing that towards the long on fence. Single. Third over for Shehan Jayasuriya. Just 7 runs given, a wicket taken. What a precious commodity he is for this team. Brings in so much. Played a half-century innings yesterday in the chase, Shehan, with the bat. And then the ball, he does this. This time, swept well. Sujit Naik. The ball trickles down to the fine leg fence. A couple of runs taken. Like I was mentioning in the previous over, there's a kind of ground where there is a lot of value that the batters can derive. They are being cross-batted versus trying to play straight. Wow, that's again a ball that was on the stumps, keeping low. Sujit did well in the last minute to get his bat down. And for the bowlers, if they can keep it on the stumps, there's a lot of value there. It's that inconsistent bounce. Anything that misses the bat has a chance of getting caught in front of the stumps. Once again, a very miserly over. Just 3 runs of it. 25 for 3 after 6. Zazai to continue 6 of his first over. Got a wicket. Pitch shot, and Shashwat was ready for that one, and he has pummeled that over the square leg fence for a massive 6 there. It was Doug's shot. He was expecting a short ball to come. He did not make any advances, stayed on his back foot, and the ball sat up nicely on the leg stump for him. No hesitation in pulling that shot way behind the square leg fence, or fine leg fence rather, for a 6. A welcome shot there. Like I said, and I keep saying this, on this wicket there's a lot of value to be derived because of the bounce, or even lack of it, when a batsman goes cross-batted. The power play is ended. The field has spread out now. Despite that, the shot was on and Shashwat played it with a lot of authority. There was nobody there in that part of the ground. The strikers have got a very has a long leg boundary rather at this point, and he's got a square leg fence. There's a big gap between those two fielders as they've got a short fine leg. So anything that is hit between those two the long leg and the square leg, slightly upishly above that short fine leg fielder, is going to be 4. Sujit Naik, a very similar field on the offside this time. They've got a very fine third man, almost behind the wicket keeper. Got a shot third man, and they've got a deep cover point. So they're expecting edges. It's not a very clean take from the wicketkeeper, and that's produces a bye. Good over so far for Thunderbolts, considering the circumstances. It was a well-directed bounce there, and a lazy take by the wicketkeeper that produces a bye. So 2 fielders on the leg side saving the boundaries. Long leg, square leg. This time ball full. Defensive push. There's a couple of fielders in the 30-yard circle in the offside. It covers and mid-off. Raymond Reifer has been right on the money as far as captaincy is concerned. He's constantly making changes. He has plans for the batters. They have definitely done a lot of analysis about the Thunderbolts players. Seem to have accustomed to the conditions here very nicely. Oh, that's again a short ball. Pulled, not timed as well as the previous one, but this time no harm done. The fielder in the mid-wicket was inside the 30-yard circle. Couple of runs for Shashwat there. That's the end of the over. After 7, it's 35 for 3. Run rate at 5 now for T20 standards, nowhere close to what it would be called a par run rate, but this is a very different ground, and we have seen low scoring matches here could be nail biters. We saw one yesterday in the first game, against the East Bay Blazers. The score of 126 turned out to be an absolute humdinger. Match ending in a tie, going into a super over. What looked like a very easy win for East Bay Blazers at one stage turned out to be a Seattle Thunderbolts win. The second game against Strikers was a low-scoring affair too. 115 scored by Seattle Thunderbolts, but easily chased down by Strikers. Such adventures there. Looks like this is going to be another low-scoring affair. 36 for 3. We are in the 8th over. Jayasuriya is into his 4th over. He's bowled a magical spell here, 10 for 1. Hasn't given any width. He's not given any opportunity for the batters to get under his bowling. He's bowled some darts into the stumps, and at times when he's dragged the length, there have been bounds which the batters have found it extremely difficult to deal with. Experienced campaigner Jayasuriya. That sat up nicely. One of those rare ones where the batter was expecting the length to be pulled back. Sujit Naik. He stayed on the back foot, rocked back, and pulled it with a lot of authority there. That was a splendid shot. Sailing over the boundary. So look at Shehan Jayasuriya's record there, 26 career wickets as a bowler to go with his 1800 runs. Colossal figure there, all-rounder. So much value that he brings to the Silicon Valley Strikers. So bowls his overs quickly, that's it. Overdone there. 8 overs done, 43 for 3. Change in bowling as we get to that interesting phase where the Strikers bring in a bunch of their spinners who were extremely effective yesterday. Pranay Suri taking it over from Yusuf Zazai, who has bowled 2 overs for 7. Pranay is another very experienced bowler for Silicon Valley Strikers. Look at his career. He also has got a good all-round presence for this team. 64 wickets. Talk about experience. He has seen it all. Starts with a rather loosener out there outside the off stump. Slightly short of length. And nicely cut by Shashwat Kohli into the vacant point region. Couple of runs. Starting to build the run momentum a little bit there. Run rate has now climbed up to 5.51. Once again, short ball, this time played with a lot of authority, and the fielder in the square leg fence cannot cut it off. That's a 4. So we've seen a couple of big shots being played in the last few overs. They are doing it with some degree of calculation here. They're not going just mindlessly after every ball. There's some looseness being dished out. We have to be honest here with the bowling. And both the batters have not spared anything loose that's been dished out to them. 49. That's well played. Cheeky. Waited till the last moment and just guided it through that gap between the short third man and the wicket keeper. Always a productive zone where intentionally a batter is able to use the pace of the ball and guide and get a couple of runs there. Pranay Suri started rather expensively, 8 runs of his first 3 balls. Once again, a little short of length. Batsman rocked back to the back foot, quickly turning towards square leg. Just a single. Finally, they've achieved a run rate of 6 now. The partnership will always bring back the momentum. To be fair with them, I guess Thunderbolts, with the way things had gone in the past few games, they were missing that momentum up top, so they wanted to come out a little aggressively today. The plan didn't work out. The intention was very good. Since the first 3 wickets, these two have kind of hunkered down and played a little more calculated. And that, being said that, Sujit Nair trying a lofted drive for a ball that was bowled rather full, and yorked himself. Pranay Suri, from after changed his line to round the wicket, and was able to sort of vary his length a bit and speed a bit, and deceiving Sujit Nair in his off peg is disturbed. We're just about talking about how these two are starting to stitch together a partnership, and the momentum is coming back. Against a run of play, they lose their 4th wicket, and that too of the experienced Sujit Nair. 52 for 4. Coming in as Shashwat very experienced operator for Seattle Thunderbolts. Usually comes in towards the end to play a few big shots. Anybody who's seen Shadley play over the years knows that he can clear any fence, but he's also responsible and a very experienced player. He's played for the United States, he's played for the LA Knight Riders in the Major League. Bowling on rounder, but has a job at hand today. A lot of overs to spare here. Will have to curb his attacking instincts and probably play a slightly more building innings out here. He has got Shashwat. He's batting on 21. 14. He's doing it very well at this point. And support from the other end. Sujit Nair was playing a nice supporting role there, but a moment of slight rush of Virat, probably tried a timing shot too many against a ball that was held back slightly by Pranay Suri. Just gone on the other side, starting to bowl around the wicket, got a wicket. So Thunderbolts bringing the left-right combination after Sujit Nair. That's the end of the 9th over, 52 for 4. So Kamran Hudak in attack. He was a star yesterday with his bowling. Shashwat Kohli is busy since time is coming. Taking some really good shots. He's very confident. A couple of runs there already. Cloudy, breezy north wind, 59 degrees. Which feels like much colder, much chillier here because of the wind. Much credit to the groundsmen. They've got the damaged side screen up on that end. Off the mark for Shadley. Kamran Hudak, as we saw yesterday, is a very intelligent operator. Understands the craft of spin very well. Varies his line and length consistently. He's got a fast round arm action, but sometimes the ball doesn't come at the same pace that is expected. A neat over there. After 10, it's 56 for 4. And the players will take a short break. That's the scorecard so far. It's been a bit of stop-start kind of innings so far for Seattle Thunderbolts. It's not gone anywhere. They've got a modest run rate so far, 5.6. If you look at the wickets that have fallen, Ian Chauhan started with a little bit of flourish, got a boundary, but quickly perished there for 5. Lahiru, he's been the informed batter for the Thunderbolts, and he couldn't get going, just 5. Shreyas Chitnani, he was looking promising, got a start, got out for 9. And Sujit Nayak, he was kind of stitching together with partnership with the more prominent Shashwat Kohli. Sujit perished for 10. For the strikers, they have been on the money today, continuing from yesterday. Raymond Riffer 2 overs 10. Shehan Jayasuriya 4 overs 17. What a spell that was. Pranay Suri 1 over 9. Yusuf Zazai 2 overs for 15. From the state of the game, those two would be a little expensive, but they picked up a wicket. That's wicket apiece, and that's the most important thing. Kamran Hutak, not a surprise that his first over just cost 4. So all in all, it's been a very satisfying performance so far as the halfway stage from the strikers. And for Thunderbolts, as they went into the huddle, they surely would have talked about a target that they should be having in mind, because they can't just go out there without a direction. So they would have talked about, especially taken inputs from Shashwat, what sort of conditions they are looking at and what would be a more acceptable score from here for them to make a match out of these today. So we're all set as Pranay Suri starts his second over for the second half of the innings. Oh, that's a lovely shot there. Shadley, he didn't hold back, and that's gone miles behind the bowler. Giant 6. Right from the time it pinged off his bat, it sounded sweet. It had taken the right in the middle of the bat and gone. Shadley, although the situation of the game demands that the batters sort of put their head down and stitch together performance, but he is by nature an attacking batter. If there's something in his slot, he's not going to hold back. He sort of believes in that principle of, if it is in the arc, it goes out of the park. Once again, it's gone in that region where it's disappeared into the thicket, so there's going to be a bit of a pause. But all in all, a good shot here, a good intent to begin the second half of their innings. It's 62 for 4 after 10.1. We'll take a break. 62 for 4. So the ball has been retrieved, and we're all set to get to resume the action. And that's the beauty of playing the community cricket. So the action resumes after that giant 6 from Shadley. Watchfully played that, didn't commit himself into that shot. There was slightly more faster ball there. Fascinating, the kind of craftiness the batsman will once again take it and climbed into that shot again. Wonderfully played, another 6, this time over the long off. Shadley, when he strikes, more often than not, it stays struck. It seemed like the ball had taken the outside edge, and he didn't time it so well, but That's not to be. It has gone many a mile. Wonderfully stuck. .68 for 4. Shadley has come out, all guns blazing here. He's made his intention very clear. Once again, this time, well bowled by Pranay. He's not getting distracted by those two big shots. He knows as a spinner, you have to purchase your wicket sometimes. You get the batsman committed to it. This time the ball was pushed in harder, pushing the batsman to the back foot, wrapped him in front of the stumps, but the umpire was quite emphatic, saying that was probably missing the leg stump. Shadley takes a leg stump guard, so that ball was clearly missing the leg stump again. Straying down the leg side, that's wide. Good over so far, 12 runs. So Kamran Hudak is ready to start his next over. His first over just costing 4 runs. He's keeping Shashwat quiet at the moment. Very, very good over for Thunderbolts, the previous one against Pranay Suri. Nicely played there for Shashwat. Good 13 runs over last over. That kind of did a bit of added a little bit of an oxygen to the Thunderbolts innings. Their run rate is 6.18 now. It'll be interesting to see what Shadley has in mind as he plays Hotak for the first time. He goes on with his intent of playing the ball straight. He's one of those rare people who's played the straight shot very well on this wicket. If the bowler is bowling full, there's a lot of chance in doing that. This time, it's cross-batted shot. Muscled it towards the square leg fence, just a single. Playing his natural game here, Shadley. In a way, that's probably a wise thing to do. Sometimes curbing your natural instinct and trying to play a little more watchful innings can be detrimental. So far, and he's an exceptionally great running between the wicket there. Look at that. A short play to the offside, slight delay, slight misfield, producing a bit of a frantic response from the fielder there. Wayward throw. Nobody close in on the leg side, resulting in 2 easy runs. Both of these players are exceptionally good runners between the wicket. Once again, another tight over there from Kamran. The last ball beating Shashwat. 8 runs of his 2 overs at the end of 12. It's 73 for 4. That's the career of Kamran Hudak. Very experienced bowler, 16 wickets so far, 15 matches, a couple of seasons. Clearly a lot of confidence in his own craft, and his team believes in it. He can delivers his job. 2 overs, 8 runs today. So he's doing it well today here. Another bowling change. Katawazai. Nawaz Khan Katawazai. Just bowled a solitary over yesterday. He's got a career statistics of 7 wickets here in minor league history. It'll be interesting to see if he bowls more overs today, as the conditions here favouring the faster bowlers a bit today. Shashwat Kohli, 27, a 4 and a 6 in his innings so far. Nice shot, just pushed it towards the mid-off fielder directly. It went pretty quickly. No run there. The rain coming down quite heavily now. But that's been the story. It just comes in a bit of a few bursts and then again subsides down. The wind sort of blows it away. So play continues. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Lovely timed in the gap there. Nobody in the boundary line, the cover point fence, 4 runs. Wonderful shot that. Played with some confidence and authority. Placed it brilliantly. A lot of wide spaces there. Was the best of balls from Nawaz Khan. Width on it, and the batsman was ready to pounce on it immediately. 78 for 4. Oh, another beautiful shot there. Played into the back foot. There was a lot of bounce on that one. Just a single though, but extremely pleasant on the eye. Shashwat Kohli has shown a lot of promise coming up to this game. In the last couple of games played here, he's been a busy player, come in at crucial times, given some impetus to the overall scoring rate. Today has played a handy knock. He's in 31 for 24 so far, doing it nicely. What has Shadley got to do here today? Oh, that's a brilliant ball from Nawaz. Yorker, foot nowhere. Shadley just sort of reaching out with his hand, almost like lead-footed out there, off stump, taken out. Nawaz Khan. It was a brilliant ball. He went full and fast on the off stump. In fact, it was a slower ball there. Shadley was foxed by the speed of the ball. It was just too full. Shadley had already committed to the shot. There was no movement of his feet. Unfortunately, a wicket falls again for the Thunderbolts. They have given their run rate a little bit of a push Shashwat. What they need is for a couple of batters to stay there for a few overs so that they can get the score to that 120, 130 range. At this stage, it looks a little tricky. They've lost too many wickets here. Shashwat Kohli is carrying on nicely. Matt Henning is in. They have a few youngsters in the side today. They still have Shivam Sharma, who we know can give the ball a little bit of a tonk. They're looking at Matt Henning to come in here and probably stay with Shashwat for a while before Shivam comes in, and the players after that is Sanat Mishra, Krish Katre and Mayura Lakshmikant. Oh, that was a bounce and a half. Surprising everybody, including the bowler. Be interesting to see what is the signal from the umpire. That pitched in the good length of spot. Nobody expects a bounce of that kind. Interestingly, it wasn't called a no ball or a wide. The umpire just there's a bit of a discussion about the bounce on the wicket. Clearly, the players are concerned about their safety here because that's too much of unpredictable bounce. The umpires are conferring each other, but clearly that is not something the players want to see. Immediately, the play had been halted, everybody getting into a huddle. Interesting to see what the conversation is. Players aren't happy, of course, looking at that kind of bounce. What is surprising is that the ball wasn't called a wide or no ball. Despite that, that missed the batsman by almost 3 or 4 feet after pitching. That's the end of the over. 13 overs gone, 83 for 5. Matt Henning is a tall player, and that ball eluded him by almost a couple of feet. That was a very interesting call from the umpire, not calling that ball. But a 4 given, of course. It missed everybody, and there was a bye. There was a 4 byes there. 84 for 5 now. There's still a lot of overs to come, including this one, 7 overs to go, and at a rate of 6, there could be 40 additional runs that can come in if the wickets are in hand. Nicely pushed there by Matt. Just a single. So if they can conserve their wickets and go about at a steady rate of about 6.5, they can put on another 40-50 runs, and that could be a handy total out here. 130. Anything can happen with that sort of a total. Once again, the ball pitched in, sort of exploded out of the wicket. And taking the edge, outside edge. Ball was in the air, there was nobody there, so in fact it did not take any edge, it was just off the wicket. Just exploded from there. Couple of byes. The wicket is a minefield at this point. Call is for 2, and Shashwat Kohli is a good runner between the wicket. Couple of runs again. He's been busy so far. He's playing a gem of a knock here, keeping the hopes alive for Thunderbolts. .89 for 5. Yeah, that's a lovely shot again, rocking on the back foot. A square cut towards the cover point fence. The fielder cleans it. Couple of runs again. Into the 90s, Seattle Thunderbolts. That's the end of the over. Kamran Hotak, slightly expensive for his standards. 3 overs, 14 runs. After 14, it's 91 for 5.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Six overs to go after this one. 6 overs to go from here. It's 14 overs done, 91 for 5. Nawaz Khan Katawazai bowling his second over. Just bowled 1 over yesterday. Conditions were more conducive for spin bowling yesterday. It's a little more conducive for fast bowlers today. Oh, Shashwat Kohli continues his run of form here. Has been batting very well. 37 of 30. It's actually 38 of 31 now. Lovely shot once again. Stylish. Pinged off his bat. The sound after that shot was absolutely pure. Just a single though. He's looking very good, Shashwat. His team would be hoping he continues till the end and gets them to a very respectable total. Rains off. It's now back to drizzling stage. That reminds of those balmy English cricketing days. As they would say in England, it's a normal cricket day, lovely cricketing morning. Yeah, that was pitched short. A lot of width there. and opportunity for the batter to get under it. Matt Hennig did wonderfully well. It's just that the outfield is slightly heavy, wet probably. The ball just died after pitching there, did not cross the boundary, and enough time for the third man fielder to come and clean it up. Just a couple of runs. It'd be disappointing for the batter not to get a boundary because there's nobody there. The shot just dropped near the boundary line, maybe a couple of inches inside, just didn't make it over the boundary line. That's the nature of the outfield today. That was full again. Lost the side of it. Yorker length, missing leg stump. And the rain is back. Rare misfield from a striker's fielder. Getting a single. Full credit to the umpires to continue playing the game, because this would have been a start and stop if they had to pull covers for every drizzle, because this is just relentless. Cloudy, breezy, sometimes no rain, drizzle, sometimes a little bit more vigorous rain. There you can see the splendid vista here. Mountains covered by the cloud. What a picturesque setting. This ground looks completely different when the sun blazes down here with the blue skies and the mountains having a completely different complexion. Today it's a different complexion, but it's a beautiful complexion nevertheless. 97 for 5. He begins 16th. Kamran bowling his 4th on the trot. 14 so far of his 3. Swept towards the square leg side. A couple of runs again for Shashwat. He moves on to 41. Just in time. Probably the keeper would say he was about a fraction of a second late in dislodging the stumps, the bails. Shashwat had enough time to make his way back. Another brilliant ball from Kamran Hotak. He believes in the old theory of deception by a spinner. A very classic left-hand spinner, bowls a lot of variations in his ball. At this stage, the batters would probably be well off seeing through Kamran, not taking too many risks against him, because he's a wicket-to-wicket bowler. This time again, pitching it on the stumps and spinning it away from the batter. Varying his pace slightly more faster, beating the batsman there. And this is Shashwat Kohli's bowling at a well-set batter, asking him some tricky questions. This time connecting there into the vacant area. The ball player in the cover boundary giving it a pursuit. And unsuccessfully, that's a much-needed boundary coming at a good time by Shashwat Kohli, and that's the 100 up for Seattle Thunderbolts. They are 103 for 5. Wonderfully played, well placed. There was a shot, there was a cover position, there was a cover point, fielder on the boundary, piercing the gap between the two for 4. This time a little bit short, keeping low. Was getting ready to hammer it onto the mid-wicket side if the ball would have bounced up, but it had to keep low. Did well. bring his bat down on time. That's the end of 4 overs for Kamran Hotak. He finished off his spell for none for 21 today. 16 overs gone, 104 for 5. So the death overs begin, the last 4. Raymond Reifer, the skipper, is back. Those are the bowling cards here. Raymond Reifer is coming back. 2 overs 10 for him. The spinners going for some runs today. So we have seen a bit of seamers taking on the mantle. Yesterday the scene was very different. Dry and hot conditions. The spinner had a lot more to say. Aided by a slightly more circumspect batting effort yesterday by the Thunderbolts. Today, despite them losing a few wickets, they have been well. They have been doing well. 16 overs, 105 at this rate from here. 6.49 if they persist at that same run rate. Oh, that's spooned up. Matt Henning. Square leg boundary. It falls in the no man's land. The square leg boundary fielder coming in. No chance for them. They should be targeting about 130 at least from here. Short pitch ball slightly banged into the ground. Probably came a little late after pitching, stopped after pitching. Shashwat was already committed into the shot, hitting him on his shoulder. Matt Henning there, clearly wanting to get on with the game. He's 6 of 8. He has got a full off-stump guard covering the stumps. Probably wants to muscle it on the leg side. And Reifer bowling it wide on the off-stump for him. That's a little slower ball, waited for that shot, timed it beautifully and threaded between the two long on and long off fielders for a much needed boundary. That would make him feel very good. After the previous shot, Shashwat walked down and probably told him just wait for a second, just hold yourself in because the balls are coming a little slower, and at this stage the fast bowlers are probably trying to roll their fingers over the ball. He did well, just held himself back and was able to muscle it out for a 4. Once again, holds himself. The ball came a little faster this time. He was delayed into the shot. The ball hit top half of the bat, spooned up, but there was no harm done because all the fielders are on the boundary now. That fell in the vacant mid-wicket region. Couple of runs. Handy over there. 17 done, 113 for 5. Shashwat Kohli on 48, Matt Henning on 12. Yusuf Zazai is back. His 2 overs gone for 15. Shehan Jayasuriya, 4 overs 17. Kamran Hotak, 4 overs 21. Pranay Suri was a tad expensive today, 2 overs 22. Shadley took a liking to his bowling, couple of sixes in that over. Yusuf Zazai starts this time to Shashwat. Oh, wonderfully played this time. Just a single to the mid-wicket fence. He's played the pull shot, a cross-batted shot extremely well, Shashwat, today. Both sides of the wicket. Anything that was pitched short of length, he has rocked back, pulled it well, or he's done the cut and the square drives extremely well. He's a good cross-batted player. Plays square of the wicket shots with a great degree of panache. Oh, this one, Matt Henning has played it up in the air. That should be an easy catch taken on the long off. In fact, long on. He's livid with himself, absolute livid. He didn't time the ball so well, just spooned up. It got the height more than the distance. They were doing it nicely, Matt Henning. A tiny cameo from him, 12 of 11. He's probably a bit late into the shot. Hit a little high on his bat, spooned up, caught on the long on. Nice catch taken by Raymond. 114 for 6 now. The charge is well and truly on. At this rate, I guess the Thunderbolts are looking to get their score to somewhere around 130, 135. And mind you, we have seen those that could be a terrific score here, in fact. Anything above 130 is a very competitive score considering the way the wicket plays. It's slightly more cooler condition that gives a little more help to the pace bowlers, and once the speed is up, it also aids the batters to use the pace of the bowler for scoring some useful runs, versus when there's absolutely no speed to work with, which was the case yesterday with the spin bowlers. With the fast bowlers were actually pulling the speeds down, spinners were bowling slower. The batters had to create that momentum, and in the process they ended up losing some wickets and also their shape. But today, because the pace bowlers are bowling more, they've got the pace and they've scored some runs. Will that be the case? For the chase as well. Shivam Sharma comes in. We know he can play the long handle very well here. But all eyes on Shashwat Kohli. He's on 49. He's played a lovely innings here. 49 of 44. 115 for 6. Zazai has bowled well here so far. Pitched it short. Shashwat Kohli has pulled it, and the fielder there makes a hash of it. Raises his bat, Shashwat Kohli. What a lovely innings that was. 50 runs. A much appreciated 50 from his tent. And why not? Things were looking down and out for his team when he put his hand up and played a lovely innings here. What an invaluable 53 it is. That was pitched short, and there was no mystery to that ball. He waited and pulled it masterfully. And a bit of a schoolboy error there by the fine leg fielder coming into field that did not anticipate that the ball would turn after pitching. Fox the fielder. And a useful boundary there to bring up his 50, Shashwat Kohli. Incredible innings. Three of 42, 4 fours and 1 6. At a handy strike rate of 126. Any strike rate above 110 on this ground is a remarkable strike rate. This is not those kind of grounds where you can get away with 150, 160 kind of strike rate. So 126 is just remarkable. He has always looked in good touch in the games here since last week. Has been putting some valuable 20s and 18s, that kind of score. But today, when his team needed it, he hung in there and produced an absolute gem. The job is still not done. He has to be there for the next couple of overs, the 2.2 overs that's remaining, to ensure that the team achieves a respectable score. This time playing square of the offside. Lovely square drive. That's what I was talking about, that he has shown equal mastery in both sides of the wicket, square of the wicket. He's played the pull shot with enormous confidence, and with equal confidence is played square on the offside, playing some lovely cut and square drives, square cuts and square drives. Shivam Sharma. That's the end of 3 overs. The third over of Yusuf Zazai, 22 for 23. At the end of 18, it's 121 for 6. Raymond Reifer coming up with his last over of the spell, 1 for 19 from his 3 so far. He's bowled well. Yeah, that's a slow ball again. Shashwat was, in fact, Shivam Sharma was lining himself up for a big one down the ground. Had to just hold himself for that ball that just slowed down after pitching and then guided into the offside. Well done, because he was able to get 2 runs there. This time goes on with the shot. It's up in the air. Umang is coming underneath it, and he's picked up a catch there. So Shivam Sharma, trying to go for a big one, has landed a catch for the long off fielder. So Thunderbolts losing another wicket. Shivam Sharma gone for 4. Sanat Mishra is the new batsman in. And I think the brief is very clear to him that ensure Shashwat gets to play as many balls as possible. You don't have to take too many risks. Shivam was a different story. Shivam himself had a reputation of playing big shots. Wicket keeper again. He's not had a great day so far. Palli, that's a wicket keeper. He's had a few odd bounces, couple of misses there. This time again, a single taken. That's what Thunderbolts would have wanted. Dilpreet Bajwa, he was the catcher. The previous one. Shivam Sharma was caught by Dilpreet Bajwa of the bowling of Raifa. Pitch short. Shashwat Kohli goes with the shot. This time, this could be a 6. It is a 6 indeed. For a moment, it seemed like the mid-wicket fielder would be underneath that, but it sailed over him. What a lovely shot that was. Shashwat Kohli has been telling all his partners, hold for that extra second. Don't commit yourself to the shot. The ball here is coming slightly slower after pitching, and Raifa is actually bowling it that way. He held himself back and hammered it for a 6. This time full toss, and it's on the stumps, taking his middle peg out. Raymond Raifa producing a wicket that they wanted so dearly. Missed a complete rank full toss. Probably surprised him because everything was pitched short. This time tried a fuller ball. Missed it all, ends up the middle peg going outside the ground. Uprooted. A splendid innings of 60 coming to an end. Shashwat Kohli bowled by Raymond Raifa for 60. 130 for 8. Still an over to go from here. 7 deliveries. Crucial 7 deliveries. If they can get about 7 or 8 from here, that would be very handy. They already have got a good score on the board. 130 for 8 is a good score, honestly, in this wicket. We've seen this on Friday. They scored 154 and they got East Bay Blazers out for just about below 120. Lakshmikant is on the wicket. Raifa ends his over, a very successful over. 2 wickets in that over, although he gave away about 9 runs. But he's finished his spell for 3 for 28. In the scheme of things, that's precious because he was able to get Shashwat Kohli out in that over. The end of 19, it's 130 for 8.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
So the last over coming up. The youngster on debut, Mayura Lakshmikant, he's facing Yusuf Jazai. With tail-enders, it's always very interesting because they would go hell for leather for everything here. Lakshmikant is a youngster, under 19 talent. Studying in India at this point. Plays his cricket there. Oh, that's a Yorker length. Dug it out nicely. Taking a single, getting Sanat Mishra. In fact, it was Sanat Mishra who took that single. Lakshmikant is now on strike. $131 for 8. Can the Thunderbolts get a few more here? Silicon Valley Strikers is a prolific batting attack. We know that. Wow. Lakshmikant has done well, and he is able to get an outside edge. The ball racing down to the third man area. Gary Graham couldn't stop it. He gave it a well-in attempt there. Did he do a bit of damage to his knee there? Looks a bit much in pain. But for Thunderbolts, they would love that boundary. Gary Graham is down on the third man fence. He doesn't look very happy at this point, looks to be in pain. Looks to be in a lot of pain. He looks to be in a lot of pain. Gary Graham there, the screen. Made a valiant attempt to stop that shot. The umpire checking on him there. He will be able to continue. Probably it's the break is just round the corners. Might be it's prudent to probably take a break, just nurse the injury. And have a substitute take his place. That's exactly what has happened here. Got a substitute fielder in place of Gary Graham. Well, precious boundary there coming from the bat of Mayura Lakshmikant, the debutant. Three more balls to go in this innings. And Zazai gets his man. Yorker on the stumps. That's what the doctor ordered. Lakshmikant giving it all, going for maximum, missing it all completely. Well directed Yorker, taking the middle stump on. 9th wicket falling, 135. The last man, Krish Katre, walks in. How many more can the Thunderbolts put up here? From where they were at the end of the power play with a run rate of about 4.5. It was looking a bit bleak where they could reach. At the end of 10, they were at 56 for 4. At the end of 6, they were just 25 for 3. Imagine, at the end of power play, they just scored 25 runs. And here they are from the rest of the 14 overs. They've managed about 110 more runs from there. That's a remarkable fight back. Now Krish Katre has middled it well. Valuable runs, and that goes over the cover boundary for 4. What a valuable shot that is. That's sent his teammates in the 10th, Seattle Thunderbolts 10, into raptures. Krish Katre he's the number 11. He just came in and played a shot as if it's the number 3. Picked up the ball. The cover fielder was inside the 30-yard circle. There was a lot of space there. All he had to do was place it above that fielder. That's what he did. Got a valuable 4. How crucial it is. 139. And now the team has to be in the 140 territory to win this game. What can he do in the last ball? Once again, he's muscles it down the ground. Raymond Reifer comes in, and the batsman is definitely going to come in back for the second. 2 extremely valuable runs. He's coming back for the number 3. Sanat Mishra will be run out, but definitely 2 runs of that ball. What a splendid innings that was from Krish Katre. 2 balls, 6 runs. He has brought in some degree of momentum. More importantly, he's pushed the score above the 140s. That, mind you, coming in from 25 for 3 after the power play. Seattle Thunderbolts will take that score with both their hands. They have a match on here. 141 for 9. 141 all out, in fact, at the end of their stipulated 20 overs. What a fantastic fight back. They were 25 for 3 after 6. They were 56 for 4 after 10. And they have managed 141 after 20 overs. What a fantastic fight back that is. That would give a lot of momentum to the Thunderbolts team. Take a look at their scorecard. They started rather dismally, actually. The top order getting dismissed, rather paltry. And they were 25 for 3 after the 6 overs. But that partnership there, couple of partnerships there, in fact. Sujit Naik and Shashwat Kohli got going. Shashwat Kohli and Shadley, they put on a tiny partnership. Shadley brought in a lot of impetus, couple of 6s. Got that going. Shashwat Kohli was already motoring along. Matt Henning, he did play a handy knock, 12 for 11. And then the late order, they just stayed there. 4 for 4 for Shivam Sharma. Sanat Mishra, 2 from 3. Mayura Lakshmikant played a valuable 4. And Krish Katre at the end, 6 from 2 balls. But Shashwat Kohli, the man who stood tall, 60 from 45. And that ensured that the team finished with a very respectable 141 for 10. The bowling team, Raymond Reifer, 3 for 28 from his 4. Shihan Jayasuriya was splendid up top, 1 from 17 from 4. Yusuf Zazai finished 3 for 34. Slightly expensive today, but 3 wickets nonetheless. Pranay Suri, 1 for 21. He was expensive. Kamran Hotak, as economical as he can get, 21 from his 4 overs. And Nawaz Khan Karabazai, 11 from 2. So at the end, at the halfway stage, as we take a look at the summary of this game, Seattle Thunderbolts have put a very, very competitive 141 all out. That means 142 to chase, which is a very, very handy chase for handy total for the Thunderbolts, and it's going to be challenging. We have seen the spinners have found it a little difficult here, but we've got to see what the Silicon Valley Strikers do here. They've got Gary Graham, one of their batters, who injured his leg. He's being helped across the ground by his team. It will be interesting to see if the matter comes to him to come and bat. Would he be able to do that? We would hope he should be able to do it. It would be an interesting chase when we come back after the break. Stay tuned. Do get yourself hydrated or some lunch. And when we come back, it will be an interesting chase. Mind you, this is the last league game for the Thunderbolts. They would do everything in their might to win 2 points and make sure that they remain on the top of the table with some handy run rate to stay in contention to qualify for the Super 8s. So a lot to look out for when we join back after the break. We'll be back after a short while. Stay tuned. Thank you. A very good afternoon and welcome back again to the second half of this game between Silicon Valley Strikers and Seattle Thunderbolts at the Tollgate Farms ground here in North Bend, Washington State in Seattle region. So this is the home ground for the Seattle Thunderbolts, but today's game it's the Silicon Valley Strikers who are the hosts. We had an exciting first innings of 141 when Seattle Thunderbolts put up 141. And we said that a few times. They were at 25 for 3 hits at the close of their power play. They managed to finish a very, very handsome 141. So an exciting chase on the cards as Shadley, once shot quick, is ready with a ball to open the charge for Seattle Thunderbolts, and it will be interesting to see how much swing he gets with this condition. He is a classic swing bowler, and the conditions are absolutely ideal for him to unleash his craft. Yuvraj Samra. He was dismissed on the very first ball yesterday. Tried a cut shot, caught in the gully. Caught in the point region, in fact. Dev Chauhan behind the wickets today. They have been toggling with the responsibility of keeping wickets. Dev Chauhan and Lahiro Milanta. You can see Milanta is on slips now. Samra giving it a charge. If ever there was any doubts on his intentions, that shot makes it clear. What is he trying to do, or what he will be trying to do? The shot, the ball was there to be hit. Once again, holding it across that left-hander. It's always slightly tricky for a right-hander bowling to left-hander. The ball sort of goes across the batter. And if you're just trying to give it a slog down the ground, it is fraught with risk with the slip lurking around. Three on three there. There's a lot of energy on the field, and like yesterday, the Thunderbolts were slightly subdued considering they had a low total, plus they had a pretty hectic day yesterday after a pretty energy sapping first game, but not so today. Conditions very refreshing. It's cold, breezy, cloudy, and they have put up a 141. That's added additional momentum to their steps. And a maiden over to start with, and the Seattle Thunderbolts would be very happy with that first over. Defending 141, starting the first over with a maiden. That's exactly what Doctor ordered for them. So after the first one, it's still no runs on the board. Matt Henning. All set to begin proceedings from the other end, and Amol Garipalli, he had a fantastic outing yesterday, played a lovely knock in partnership with Shehan Jayasuriya. Fell short of a well-deserved 50 though, but interesting to see. It's a very different ball game today, chasing a very handsome 141. Conditions are not easy. The ball is going to swing a bit. The Thunderbolts have brought in a few medium pace options today. We have the young Mayura Lakshmikant. Krish Katre has come in. Still no run. Certainly a thriller on the cards here. Knowing Silicon Valley strikers, they are going to strike at some point. They have a lot of firepower in their batting. These two, followed by Shehan Jayasuriya, there is Dilpreet Bajwa, there is Ramon Reifer. All of them are in form. All of them have scored a lot of runs. That stopped and came to the batter. Ballooned up a little. Tiny option for a catch, probably. Matt Henning wasn't getting there. Oh, that's Benz is back, and that's a good, well-directed bouncer there. Umpire signals one for the over. A genuine pace there, Matt Henning. He is a very wily customer when it comes to bowling fast and utilizing the bounce on this wicket, which is very true. At times it's been a little unpredictable. We saw one that just exploded on the wicket, which caused a bit of mini stoppage in play while the Thunderbolts were batting. Still led to open their account here, strikers. We are 10 deliveries into this innings, no run yet on the board. Once again, just a shot attempted without much of a direction. Play and a miss. In the T20 format, a bowler bowling a maiden over is a rarity. And to see two on the trot, that should be nothing short of a wonder. We are on the brink of it. The last ball of the second over due. And that's not to be. Amol Garipalli has struck that beautifully, finally breaking the shackles. And the first run's coming for the strikers in the form of a well-struck boundary through the cover point region for 4. That opens the account. Garipalli opens the account, and that's the first runs for the strikers. After 2, it's 4 without loss. So Yuvraj Samra opening his count too. Just dropped it. The forward defensive shot, just a drop and quickly skittling on for a single as the close-in fielders are exactly on the 30-yard circle. That gives a little bit of time for the batters to just drop the ball in front of them and hustle in for a single. Temperature here still persisting with that 59 degrees. The heavy breeze blowing across the ground. An expansive shot attempted there, slightly slow off the wicket. So like we see you speaking, there's a lot of firepower in the bowling section for the Thunderbolts today. They're going to be, of course, over reliant on Shadley and Matt to give them some head start in terms of wickets, being their spearheads as far as pace bowlers or medium pacers are concerned. And they will have Sujit Nayak and Shivam Sharma, and this is played up in the air. That's going to be the first wicket, and that is indeed a catch taken. Yuvraj Samra falls. Shadley picks up the first wicket for Thunderbolts, and there was a lot of pressure already building because the run rate was 2.82. They had a couple of very quiet overs, so they had to get on with the game. This was pitch short out there for the batter to go for a big shot. He attempted a pull that just lobbed up in the air, and the fielder from the deep square leg boundary, it was an easy catch coming in. So a breakthrough. The start that Thunderbolts would have wanted. As you see there, pitch short, came up, shoulder high. Yuvraj Samra is a tall guy. He attempted a pull shot, but in the process of getting distance, he got height. And the square leg fielder made no mistake, judging the catch nicely and bucketing it. That brings in the mighty son of Shehan Jayasuriya into the mix. As I was saying, there was some good bowling options. So Sujit Nayak and Shivam Sharma would be the spin options that Thunderbolts would have. And then they have three changes that they made today. Sanat Mishra, right arm medium. Mayura Lakshmikant is right arm medium. Krish Katre, left arm medium. So there's some bowling options that they have that they can bank on. So they should be feeling quite confident going into it, considering the conditions are going to be favorable to the slightly faster bowlers. Full toss. Arepalli did not time it at all. And easily down on the boundary line by Shadley. He's just cleaned it up. This is the partnership that took the game away from the Thunderbolts yesterday. Did not let any wickets fall for a long period of time. Had a healthy partnership of 90 plus runs, and the Thunderbolts will be hoping they can stop them today from doing something like that. Jayasuriya loves this ground. Now the full toss. Hurried on to Shehan Jayasuriya. A hop on his back foot. Somehow defensively played the shot towards the slip region. Not the most confident shot, but no harm done. Shadley, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs and a wicket. Matt Hennig, he's in his 2nd over. He's given away 6 runs without a wicket so far. Fielding has been a bit of a challenge for Thunderbolts so far, so they've brought in some changes, some youngsters into the side to just boost that part of their game. They would need to be right on the money, although they've got a very good score on the board, but they cannot relent at any point of time. They have to keep the intensity high. After all, this is a clash on the top of the table, or at least clash for the top of the table. Again, an unpredictable bounce, surprising Arepalli completely. This time hitting on the elbow. Once again, Shehan Jayasuriya walking down, arms outstretched, indicating to the umpire it's a minefield. It's not conducive to play cricket. That's what they have been complaining even during the bowling innings. Shehan Jayasuriya clearly not happy with the condition here. In fact, strikers had a moment during their bowling as well, when there was one outrageously wayward ball after a moment that happened when they got a ball that just kicked up uncharacteristically high. The play was stopped for a while as the players, especially the strikers players, put a mild protest that how can you continue playing in conditions like this? Not conducive, it's so unpredictable. It can cause some serious damage sometimes, and I guess that little incident there, which hit the arm of Arepalli, got Shehan Jayasuriya again in the mix, and he's leading the charge against the umpires. And at this point, I think the umpires clearly telling them, listen, let's get on with the game. Well, we can see Raymond Rifer also coming into the mix of things. He is on the sidelines, lodging his protest from there. Well, we are back to action, and that's a good story. After all, a team has already batted, and they've scored 141. So that's and if they can do, so can the other team. One would agree that there is some demons in the wicket, but the question is it completely unplayable? Yes, there are spots here where strikers aren't the first team that's playing here. For the last couple of weeks, we had 3 different teams who have come here and played cricket, and despite some of the uncharacteristic bounces, the Sandramon Grizzlies and East Bay Blazers have played 2 games apiece out here. So there's no reason why strikers should not continue doing that. Yes, it was awkward, and we did see in the game against Grizzlies, for example, a player got a mighty bounce which hit the head, and there was a concussion substitute that came in, but still the game went on. It's all a part and parcel of the game. Can the wicket be better? Sure, it can be. Sanity prevails. The game continues. It's Shadley again, this time to Shehan. 4 overs gone, 10 for 1. The asking rate has climbed up to 8.34. A lot of chatter inside the grounds. Good spirit, of course. Not in control at all, Shehan, on that occasion. Just in the last moment, extending the bat. Completely fortuitous to see an inside edge. You could have easily played that ball onto the stumps, but as I said, fortuitous that the ball bounced over the stumps. We haven't seen a confident shot here so far from the strikers, except for that boundary that Arapalli played to open the account for strikers. And now they're under pressure. They have to get a move on. And they aren't getting too many balls. The close-in fielders of Thunderbolts are actually fielding a yard or two inside the 30-yard circle. So, which is good for them because they are not giving enough opportunity for the batsman to quickly take a single. Great intent showed by the Thunderbolts here. Slightly short pitch. Full shot attempted. Beaten by the pace. In fact, beaten by the slower pace there. How much can one day make a difference here? Arapalli yesterday was making no mistake. He was actually, every shot was coming through today. And that one was pacey. Last one was a slower ball. This time it was a proper seam ball that just beat the batsman. All ends up. Since spell of bowling here by Shadley. And this time, a big shot was coming. An over-pitch ball. And Arepalli was waiting for that one. Wonderfully timed over the cover boundary for a 6. So what was incredible over so far, that was slightly outside the off stump, over-pitched, gave enough room for Arepalli to open up his arms and take it on the half volley and smash it over the cover boundary for 6. A much needed one and completely welcome for the strikers. Will give them some momentum. The end of 5, it's 17 for 1. Krish Katre, the first change bowler for the Thunderbolts. "17 for 1 strikers. Krish Katre has just played 5 games in the minor league, has 5 wickets. Tall character, Krish Katre. He had a wonderful last 2 balls as a batsman today. Scored an important boundary in the last ball, a couple of runs that pushed the total over the 140s. And now here to do what he's been selected for, which is right arm medium pace bowling. He's got a good action. Still early days for him. It's gentle bounce up there. Push the bat into the back foot. Lots of encouragement for him from his team. That's a stand and deliver from Shreyan Jayasuriya, and a catch has been dropped. How big a moment would that be? Matt Henning. He would take that catch 99 out of 100 times, even in his sleep. But not on that occasion. And would you believe it? It's Shreyan Jayasuriya, youngster Krish Katre inducing a mistake. And the catch going down. Consequential would that be in the context of this game? Shreyan Jayasuriya, the kind of player he is, he doesn't need too many chances to be given to him. It was a nothing shot, absolutely. He just stood in that point, no foot movement, absolutely. A hand-eye coordination shot, purely just spooned the ball. And it was straight into the hands of Matt Henning. Bounced out, probably hard hands there. It's been a good over so far by Krish. He's able to get that good length, full length for the batters, keeping it on the stumps, not giving too much of room for them to open their arms. And that was probably the reason why Jayasuriya made that mistake, because it was on the stumps. He didn't have enough room to move his feet. So he just went with the shot and it ballooned up to the mid-off fielder. This time a full toss. Narapalli doesn't make a mistake. Connected beautifully. In fact, it's over the mid-wicket fence for a 6. He is an aggressive batsman. He's a young, aggressive batsman. We've seen it yesterday that he does not hold back. He just goes on with his shot, plays a lot of belligerent shots. That's a 6, and at the end of 6 overs, it's 26 for 1. So another change of bowling, and now the spin action comes in. Power play is done. 26 for 1. The Thunderbolts had finished at 25 for 3 of their power plays. So both the power plays have been very modest. But from 25 for 3, they went on to score 141. Shivam Sharma is back in the attack, and that's a huge shout there. The umpire unmoved. First ball from Shivam Sharma, keeping low. Jayasuriya is walking rather dangerously here this time. Was that hitting the leg stump? Second ball. Clearly the pressure getting better out of Jayasuriya. He's usually a very free-flowing stroke maker. Hasn't got on with the innings so far. Has tried a few funny things. Catch has been dropped. Now this time he attempts a big one. Square on the offside. And the ball trickles over the third man boundary for 4. He was getting restless. He wanted a shot. He wanted some momentum to get on with his innings. That boundary will probably calm his nerves down a bit. Shehan Jayasuriya. Shivam Sharma bowled well yesterday. What does Arepalli do against the off spinner here? Always very interesting to see right arm aggressive players, how they go about against off spinners. They usually try to take some chances. Square of the wicket, cleaned up on the boundary line, just a single. Good shot like this, confidently played. But you won't realize Arepalli is already on 21. That's the kind of player he is. You won't realize, and suddenly he will creep up on the clock, on the scorecard, doing the bulk of the scoring for the strikers. It's a ball that bounced off the pitching, beating Shehan Jayasuriya. At the end of 7, it's 32 for 1.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app with people who help leading companies transform through technology? Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Krish Kathre to continue. 9 of his first over. But a catch spilled over. Still early days, but they're doing it nicely. The most important part is they've not lost any more wickets other than Yuvraj Samra. 8.49, that's the required run rate. That's a forceful shot by Shehan Jayasuriya with a cover boundary for 4. Last couple of overs they've done it well. They have ensured that they've stayed with the required run rate. 8.5. And that's going to be the key. And like I said, they are a very experienced outfit. That was a fantastic ball. In fact, just pitching good length, bumping up more than the batter expected, completely beating them. So last 4 overs, including this one, has been very good for the strikers. They've scored 28 runs in these 4 overs. So they're going at a rate of 7 in the 4 overs that they have seen, which is significantly higher than what it was prior to that. So they clearly have a plan that they need to get a move on. So if they're not getting too many big shots, they have to at least get the singles and the twos going, and which they're doing properly. 74 balls remaining, and they have 73 deliveries remaining, and they have 103 to get. The fielding is going to be the key. They want to take every catch that comes their way. Beat top sides. There is absolutely no space for producing a below par performance, and dropping crucial catches or dropping any catches is definitely not on. So end of another over, a good one from Krish Kathre. Is just 8 of that over. After 8, it's 44. couple of runs. Jayasuriya. At this stage, the Thunderbolts were at 52. Loud appeal once again for the leg before the umpire unmoved. Shivam has asked a few questions to say Shehan Jayasuriya, especially around that off stump. Once again, slightly slower delivery. Pitching. Jayasuriya extended his hand, getting this outside edge. The ball didn't bobble up, trickled down to the third man fielder. Thunderbolts still have Sujit Nayak, their most experienced spinner. At some point we'll see him into the action as well. This time that was a loose ball from Shivam Sharma, and that's been deposited over the mid-wicket fence for a 6. Massive shot, wonderfully played. While the entire attention of Shehan Jayasuriya as he's been their senior pro, but how good a player Arepalli is. He's having a dream season this year. .239 runs for Amog Arepalli this season. A decent striker of 120, and is doing something very on the same lines pretty much. So that's a change of bowling, as we had just discussed. Sujit Nayak coming to the attack. He's the more seasoned, experienced spinner of Thunderbolts. 9 overs, 49 for 1. Shehan Jayasuriya trying something rather peculiar there. Intent was to, it's difficult to say where the intent was to really go. He just tried something rather swashbuckling. Was clueless where it landed. Somehow the ball trickled towards the fine leg region. Again, Sujit Nayak, you've seen it yesterday as well. Gets through 2 fielders square on the offside. Point, gully. And that's a rank left arm spinner delivery there. Pitching on the leg stump, kicking up, moving across the batsman, no space given. Arepalli did try to rock back and make some room for himself, but absolutely nothing. The ball chased him. Difficult one. Pressure is building. 8.62 is the asking rate. Once again, this time rocking back, trying to take it on the leg side with the ball spinning across. defensive shot that goes in the air. The wicketkeeper cleaning it up. The 50 comes up. Both the teams, there's an uncanny semblance in both the innings, although the Thunderbolts had lost a couple of more wickets at this stage. They were at 56 for 4 at the end of 10. And the Strikers at 51 for 1. Still 2 more deliveries to go in this over. Oh, another rather forceful heave by Shehan. He hasn't been able to connect too many today. Has tried multiple different shots. Lahiru, who was in the slips, is now pushed down to the third man region. And this time played up in the air. And yet another catch goes down. This time it is, I think it is Shreyas Chitneni there. It was not a very easy catch, running behind and trying to judge it. But like I said, in an important game like this, you got to take those catches. The second catch going down for Jayasuriya. At the end of 10, as the players take a break, not the kind of outcome that the Seattle Thunderbolts would have expected. At the end of 10, it's 52 for 1. They still have 9 wickets intact in the hut. But the Thunderbolts would be dejected that they have let go 2 chances. And we'll take a short break as the players take a little bit of time for a well-earned drinks. 52 for 1 at the end of 10. Welcome back, and we are at the halfway stage of the chase of this Silicon Valley Strikers, chasing 142, and they still need 90 of their last 10 overs, and the asking rate is exactly 9. It's going to be very interesting going from here, because it's not going to be very easy. They certainly will need to up the ante. The Thunderbolts did very well. They were at 56 from here. They went on to score 141. The 85 runs in their last 10 overs. So almost they sort of did exactly what is needed right now. Mayura Lakshmikant, the debutant youngster, taking on the might of the strikers with his first over. It'd be an important, momentous day in his life as he starts his journey in the United States domestic cricket scene. Very interesting run-up that he has. He's got a run-up of 3/4 of a almost a medium pace bowler, but it looks like he is turning the balls a bit, so he potentially is a spin bowler, but an unknown proposition as far as strikers concerned. They're playing him for the first time, so there's some mystery in there. Thunderbolts won't worry too much at this stage with the singles and twos and a few dot balls here and there. As long as they don't go on an overdrive, they don't start a calculated assault, they would feel good about it. Talking of strike rates, they have Raymond Rifer, who's padded up and waiting in the wings. He's got the a highest strike rate as far as Silicon Valley strikers, batsmen are concerned. His strike rate is at 156. And there's Aripalli again trying this one. This should be taken. Yes, a catch has been taken on the boundary line. Mayura Lakshmikant, first over in the career of minor league, picks up a scalp. What a fantastic moment in this early career of Mayura Lakshmikant. This competition brings in and throws the spotlight on some of the emerging players, especially in the age group of under 19, and when you see moments like that, it just makes this whole purpose of these kind of tournaments light up. What a fantastic moment there. A key moment of the game. Wicket was needed. A couple of catches have gone down, and Lakshmikant comes in, creates another chance, only to be supported very well by Sujit Naik on the long on fence. The wicket of Amog Aripalli. That would do a world of good to the situation that Thunderbolts find themselves in. They didn't let the strikers get away too far ahead in terms of the strike rate. And now they picked up the second wicket. The new batsman in is Dilpreet Singh Bajwa. As we were talking about the strike rate, they have Raymond Rifer, who's been striking at 156. So there is some firepower coming in, and Shehan Jayasuriya is still at the wicket, and that's at the end of 11 overs. It is 56 for 2. After the first over, Lakshmikant has produced a good first over in his career in minor league, 1 over for 4 runs and picking up a wicket. So 11 overs done, 56 for 2. Sujit Naik, he did very well last over, which kind of changed the momentum a bit, because the strikers had started to put together some reasonable overs of 6s and 7s and 8s, and there came Sujit. The first over just costed 2 runs, created a chance, but fortunately the catch went down. And in many ways, once you put a little bit of pressure there, it creates an opportunity. In the very next over, they got an opportunity and they took the catch. Dilpreet Singh Bajwa, he's another firepower from the much more prolific strikers batting stable. Did not bowl today, Bajwa. So he would obviously want to put his hand up and do something more important and something more substantial as far as the batting is concerned. Shahan Jayasuriya, that's smashed through the cover region, slightly uppish, but there's no fielder there, and it was slightly hit me ball there from Sujit Naik. Outside the off stump, there was a little bit of room, and Jayasuriya is not going to let those go away unpunished. A boundary there. Yet another one. Same shot. This time over the boundary. Should be a 6. Umpire waiting for confirmation from the fielder there. But it appeared from here where we are sitting, it probably pitched behind the boundary line. So Jayasuriya is giving it a charge now. A charge was due. So the umpire confirming it. It was from where we are sitting, it did look like it went behind the flags that are there on the boundary line. But nevertheless, 10 runs there. We were speaking about Sujit giving a very, very tight 2-run over in his first over, but this one has gone for a few runs already. Shahan Jayasuriya is a wily customer. He is not going to hold back, and if you give him some space, some room, he's going to come at you hard. 67 for 2. The charge is on. The asking rate has now dropped down to 8.82 when it was about 9 a while back. And this time again, this is tried. Fielded right on the boundary line there by Shadley. Just a single. Falling a bit short. It almost seemed like it would land up in the hands of Shadley in the long on. Jayasuriya on 33. Garipalli was dismissed for 30, and that's the end of the 12th over, 68 for 2.
How did a global retail pharmacy increase orders by 100%? How did a multinational bank build a #1 rated digital app? With people who help leading companies transform through technology. Engineer a better future. Discover how at ust.com.
Overs, 68 for 2, 74 runs needed from 48 deliveries. The last over was a very useful one from striker's point of view, Lakshmikant. Oh, and Jayasuriya continuing to aspire for big shots there. Well, Lakshmikant, he isn't backing down, although he's a young rookie there. He's showing a lot of guts, a lot of heart. believing his craft there, enticed Jayasuriya into committing to that shot. Yes, this time around playing defensively just down to the Khatre in the short third man area. Important passenger play this. 10th to 15th. Games get made or broken at this stage. Preet Bajwa, premeditated sweep shot. That ball bouncing again, hitting him on his helmet. I'm sure the umpires would come by, take a look at it. Didn't look like a very vicious ball, but it did. Seems like it has hit him on the boundary there, on his helmet. Mild inquiry there by the umpire. Lakshmikant bowling beautifully. Not showing any pressure, the first game pressure that generally youngsters tend to have. Keeping Jayasuriya very quiet at this point. Asking rate creeping up. Again, defensive push. That is not going to bother Thunderbolts at all. Just 3 runs so far this over. And Preet Bajwa, the pressure showing up on him, trying some things unnatural there. A reverse switch hit kind of a proposition, but that didn't work out. Wonderful over there from Lakshmikant, just about 4 runs from that over. At the end of 13, it is 71 for 2. So at the end of 13, it's 71 for 2, and they need exactly 71 from the next 7 overs. The asking rate now above 10, and how wonderful was that over from the rookie Mayura Lakshmikant. Just 3 runs of that over. After one that produced almost 12 runs prior to that. He did fantastically well. So change in bowling. It's Shivam Sharma coming back. And there again, Jayasuriya trying great. And that's a quick throw. No hesitation from the umpire. Dilpreet Bajwa is out. Run out. He seemed to be feeling that he's hard done by that decision, but he's probably... I don't know what the qualms is for him. Does he feel that he had made his crease, or he was hard done by the surface? It was a good fielding done in the gully and a quick throw to the wicket keeper. Clearly well short of the crease. Bajwa, the wicket keeper, had dislodged the stumps. Dilpreet Bajwa run out. So 71 for 3. Take a look once again. The stumps are broken as Bajwa tries to slide his bat into the crease. A very close decision, but clearly it looked like he was short by an inch, probably. Good decision by the umpire at the end. Now Raymond Reifer, he's a powerhouse when it comes to batting. He's not going to muck around. Has been batting at a very healthy strike rate, 156. But the Thunderbolts have got a couple of wickets here. That would give them a lot of energy. 10.39 is the asking rate. The pressure is well and truly on. So the batsmen are going to take chances. The more chances they take, it's going to give opportunities to the opposition. Reifer. The spinners doing it nicely. In fact, they have kind of held the pace back. They are asking the batsmen to take the chances, force their way. And in doing so, they're committing some mistakes. Oh, well bowled again. That ball not giving any room to Jayasuriya. That throw was on. A direct hit, and Shayan Jayasuriya was struggling. He had given up. But a direct throw never came. He is living on several lives today, Shayan Jayasuriya. Couple of catches dropped. This was a sure shot run out that was missed. He was way out of his crease when the ball crossed the stumps. Still keeping them very quiet. 69 needed from 6.3 overs. In fact, 6.2. 68 from 6.2. How good has been Mayura Lakshmikant. These 2 overs have put a lot of pressure. Just a single there. Ambling across. Jayasuriya. It doesn't look to be fully fit there. He had a bit of challenge yesterday. Towards the end of his innings yesterday, he had injured his ankle. And I don't think he's fully fit out of that injury yet. He is looking gingery. Ambling his way across his feet. His footwork has been a little labored. He's trying some big shots to overcome all that restricted movements of his. That's the end of the next over. End of 14. It is 75 for 3. Fourteen overs done, 75 for 3. Lakshmikant starting his third. At the end of 14, Thunderbolts were at 91 for 5. Strikers are at 76 for 3. 75 for 3, in fact. Oh, that's a big shot attempted and could be a catch. A wonderful fielding at the end by Shubham Sharma. He took a catch, but was going off the boundary. But just before he crossed the boundary, he pushed the ball back into play. is confident that he fielded the ball. Let's see what the replay says here. It looks pretty much okay. He realized that he won't be able to take the catch. He just pushed the ball in before he went over the boundary line. That did not cross the boundary. That's a pretty... it's a good stop there, the end. That's such a crucial thing. Modern days cricket, you see that terrific attempts on the boundary line. One such attempt, what a wonderful save was that. Sujit Naik, I think it was. Another forceful shot. The charge is on. They want to get away with this chase. They know they have to play some big shots here. Jayasuriya has been attempting, but how good has been Mayura Lakshmikant. My word. This youngster is not feeling any pressure of this big stage that he's been subjected to today. Raymond again trying a big shot. He's pushing Jayasuriya for the second. Jayasuriya is restricted in his movement. And now attempting the second one. Is that a run out? No. I guess the fielder throwing it on the wrong end. Jayasuriya was always in trouble. His movement is restricted at this point. Rifer wanted two. Jayasuriya did not respond. The fielder had a wayward throw that created the overthrow. Jayasuriya was struggling to get back to his crease for that overthrow, but the fielder, Krish Katre, threw it at the wrong end. All happening here. And now Rifer once again. You can see desperation writ large on the batters here. They are trying extraordinary things here. That's the end of the third over for Mayura Lakshmikant. He's given just 11, taken a wicket from these 3 overs. After 15, it's 80 for 3. (62) 62 of 5. That's the asking rate now. 30 balls, 62 runs. The asking rate now crossing over 12. And that's evident from the kind of shots that are being played. Shivam Sharma comes back. Jayasuriya has connected this one. Could this be a catch? It is a catch. A fantastic catch being taken at the mid-wicket fence. Shehan Jayasuriya wasn't moving well. He was restricted. He was looking injured, and he was trying to overcome all of that restrictions by playing long shots. And finally, after getting a couple of reprieves, this one lands in the territory for the fielder to take, and it was a lovely catch. The fielder was on the boundary, and he ran in and ensured that the catch was taken. Shivam Sharma taking the wicket. It was a very good catch at the end. A diving catch. When a fielder takes a catch diving forward, it's always a huge challenge. Splendid catch that. Very important scalp that for Thunderbolts. They've got the dangerous Shehan Jayasuriya. An injured Shehan Jayasuriya could be quite a handful because he was looking for big shots. He wasn't able to connect. So the chances were always going to come. Shivam Sharma picking up the wicket. Pranay Suri is the new man in. can bat, we know. He's been a seasoned campaigner, has got tremendous all-round prowess. At this stage, they would require not just a few fireworks, but a complete barrage of fireworks to get anywhere close to that asking remaining runs. Shivam Sharma has bowled well. 4th over now. Oh, the first ball, Pranay Suri has hammered it towards the square of the offside behind cover point for 4. What a start. He has come out blazing. First ball boundary. Lovely shot. There was a little bit of room outside the off stump and he cashed on it. Once again, played and tagging shot, Pranay. This time again in the gap, over the cover fielder. Shreyas Chitneri is chasing the ball, giving a nice slide tack. Slight fielding there, and then a couple of runs. Pranay Suri. Let's see, what are the bowling options from here on? Mayur Lakshmikant, he's got one more left. Sujit Naik, he's got 2 more. Shivam Sharma is finishing his spell here. Oh, once again played in the air. Would this be a catch? Krish Katre underneath it, and he's taken a lovely grab there. Thunderbolts are grabbing everything that's coming their way. Another wicket falls, and Pranay Suri, who started with a couple of attacking shots, falling quickly. You have to take everything that comes to you. All the catches need to be taken in an important game like this. If a team has to beat a mighty opposition like the Strikers. And Shivam Sharma is having a good over. He's picked up 2 very important wickets in this over, and both of them well judged catches on the offside. In fact, not on the offside. 2 well judged catches on the boundary line. Eventful over that. Good catch by Krish Katre there. Under pressure, especially when the team has dropped a couple of them, every fielder, once the ball is coming at them, will be feeling, not me, not me. Let me not be that person today who adds to that drop tally. Sixteenth over in progress. The 100 is still not up. 86 for 5. Lot of pressure on Raymond Reifer, and Gary Grant has walked in. If you remember in the first innings, in the last over, Gary tried valiantly stop a boundary that trickled past him. In the process in getting his knee injured, he was helped across the ground by his teammates to his dugout. So he is not going to be fully fit, and now he tries a run there. Does not find his partner responding. That could have been dangerous. Knowing that his injury is playing up, he is not going to hang around. He's going to go for big shots there. More opportunity on the cards. There, Gary Shadley does the clean-up job behind the bowler. Just a single. Batsman attempting 2 again. Is there a chance of a run out? Couple of runs. Raymond Reifer wanted to come back to the other end because he wants to take the strike on the next over. That's the end of the 16. It's 88 for 5. How does Raymond Reifer play from here? We know he can hit big. We know he can make the big shots happen. It's not going to be easy. Matt Hennig is back into the attack. He has got 2 overs up his sleeve. I would have actually wanted them to finish Mayura Lakshmika and the youngsters. I had a great day so far. And it would have been good and enticing for the mighty Rifer to have taken a chance against him. Matt Hennig here, the fast and furious Matt Hennig, and that's up in the air, and that's way above the boundary line. A huge 6. That's Raman Rifer for you. He can do some amazing stuff with the bat. There's a lot of firepower in his batting. And strikers would be hoping that he comes with all guns blazing here. He's keen. Matt Hennig once again, this time attempted the other big one. This should be another big shot. This time it's just a 4. So 10 runs to begin that over. The skipper has his eyes on, he's not letting it go. 98 for 5. 44 runs needed. The asking rate has come down a little bit after those 2 shots. It's at 12 now. He's got 10 already this over. Hennig this time round the wicket. And now turn it over to the fine leg area. Rifer is motoring his way through for second run. He knows Gary can't run, but he's pushing Gary. You know, if ever he needs Gary to overcome his pains and contribute, it's now. He wants to strike desperately. He wants to score the bulk of these runs. If he's there for another couple of overs in this kind of mood, we'll see this total get to much more manageable levels. Still 42 to get. Everyone who knows minor league would know what Raymond Rifer can do. Oh, that's a lovely cut there through the cover point region. 4 runs. What a fantastic batting here. Raymond Rifer, he's taking the things on. "16 runs so far in the first 4 balls from Matt Hennig. Incidentally, when the charge comes on, the bowlers also tend to lose their line. That one was way outside the off stump, gave enough room for Rifer to open up his arms. What can Matt do here? This is a test of time. This is a test of character. Can he bring back some sanity? Can he pick up a wicket here? That would be huge if he can get Rifer out. That's a good ball there in the scheme of things. And Raman wanted a single. He wants to be ready for the next over. And there's some healthy banter there between Rifer and Hennig. Some smiles traded. Maybe just a very apologetic, tough luck, mate. I have to do this. It's all for the game. No personal grudges there. But it's been a monstrous over so far. The equation is now getting to much more manageable standards. "17 runs so far this over." What can Matt Hennig do? Can he get a wicket here? Oh, Gary Grant. He has slammed that. Like I said, he's not going to hang around. He is a wounded tiger here, and we know he can hit big. And at this stage, he's not hanging around. He's not going to take the ones and twos. The ball was in the slot, and he has slammed it over the mid-wicket for a 6. What an over, 23 runs. That changes the complete dynamics of the game. Thunderbolts were sitting on their mighty stage of confidence, but suddenly that over has created a massive dent. 111 for 5 now. 3 overs, 31 runs to get. 18 balls, 31 runs. If these two stay there, that can be done. Now, interesting bowling change. Sujit Naik coming in. If you remember, he was taken for some runs by Jayasuriya, but it's also be a very inspired change. They are taking the pace away from the ball. They have seen in the past when the spinners were on, it was difficult to get the ball out. So when the pace came in, it was easier. They suddenly got 23 runs. So they have to quickly get back some momentum, and that can only happen if they can get some wickets here. How much they would want to get the wicket of Raymond Raifer at this stage. 3 overs to go, 31 to get. Sujit Naik. He is an experienced bloke. Has been in circumstances like this many a times. Oh, there we go. The moment the slow bowlers come in, the pace is off. The batters have to put much more effort to get that speed. The sun is coming out. It's all happening out here. Oh, that's another big shot up in the air, and that could be a catch. It is taken. What a superb moment of the game. And what an inspired change there by Yundev Chauhan. After a 23-run over, it would take a real courageous call to bring back a spinner against a complete on fire Raymond Raifer. That's what they did. They took the momentum away. They brought the spinner back. They created a dot ball, and suddenly there was a little more urgency. Raifer attempted a big shot. The trap was laid out. There was a fielder in the square leg fence, and an easy catch bucketed there. Was that the game set and match for them? But definitely a momentous moment in this game. They have taken all the catches in the second half of that chase, Thunderbolts. They had a pretty horrendous first half, first 10 overs when they dropped a few. But Krish Katre there, making no mistake. Big smile on his face. Why not? Well, they still have some important batters there. Badada now in. And they need 31 runs of 16 deliveries that are left. Sujit Naik, that was a false start, but what a moment that was. And what an inspired change of bowling. Throwing the ball at a seasoned pro, keeping a cool head and staring that wicket. Badada trying a reverse hit. A premeditated shot, another dot ball. Dot balls are not going to help. The asking rate is now again bubbled up above 12, 12.4. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. There's some protection up there in the cow corner. Just a single. Singles are not going to harm the cause. 12.86. The run rate buckles up. 112 for 6. Still 30 runs to get. how important was that batting effort from Shashwat Kohli today. When the wickets were falling, he kept his cool, played a very important 60 runs, and he was supported well by some important cameos around him. Gary Grant, what does he do from here? There we go, slightly change of pace, bowled it fast. Gary was looking to launch himself over the mid-wicket side, but the ball was bowled short. And he completely missed the line there. Last ball coming up. Oh, switch hit there. Wicketkeeper Fox. I think they're going to get some important runs there. The fielder goes and cleans up in front of the boundary. Can't stop it. Very important for the bowler. Would be disappointed. They would have hoped the wicketkeeper to have stopped it, but unfortunately trickles down. The switch hit sort of foxed the wicketkeeper completely. An important boundary there. Now 2 overs, 26 runs remaining. It will be Shadley to start the 19th over. They will be looking to get another wicket here. And with the pace back into attack, strikers would want to make another big over here. They have to. The run rate is now, asking rate is now 13. Attempted, that's a catch taken by Krish Katre. It was a full toss, and Adada tried a wallop over the offside. He would have probably succeeded if he would have just toppled it over Krish Katre, but it was a very good field set and field placement. Katre is a tall bloke, and the batter would have had to do some effort to send the ball above him, but in this case timed it miserably. It just lobbed into an easy catch for Krish Katre. So a wicket taken by Shadley. With the pace back into the attack, the batters would always go for runs, and in this case they mistimed it. Opportunity created, wicket lost. We always maintain that anything 130 plus on this wicket, on this track, is a tough one. There's always going to be a chance for the team batting first and putting that total up to defend it. Oh, that's a fast ball outside the off stump. Nawaz Khan Khatabzai is on strike, and he has to go for his runs. Not much, just 15 runs in his career so far, but he has got a good strike rate. Strikes at 136 again, up in the air. Another catch taken on the boundary line. Thunderbolts have been doing some excellent catching today in the latter overs. Just exactly what the doctor ordered, because they have not been catching very well here. They have not been fielding very well. So today it was great to see, first of all, the placing of the field. The angles have been worked out pretty well. And most importantly, they have made sure that they've caught everything that has come in the last 3-4 overs. This was a brilliant catch again, right on the boundary. Always difficult for a fielder who's that close to the rope to judge whether they're going to be crossing the rope. So they have one eye on that boundary line and one eye on the ball coming at such a pace. Nawaz Khan Katafzai perishing after a very short stay at the crease. So strikers losing their momentum completely. 8 wickets in the hut. It's a tall ask from here. As Kamran is here replacing his Afghan friend and colleague Nawaz Khan Karavazai. Kamran Hotak, and he has played a massive heave, loses his stumps. What an over this has been from Shadley. He's picked up 3 wickets. If not for a dot ball in between, it would have been a hat-trick for him. Kamran Hotak had to go for the big one and losing his leg stump. So what looked like a very close chase, about an over back, is now turning out to be a very easy win for the Thunderbolts. Most importantly, if they can win this game with a margin of about 25 odd runs, that will do remarkable goodness to their net run rate as well, besides putting them on the top of the pile with 12 points, which would mean that both East Bay Blazers and Silicon Valley Strikers would now be tied at 10 points after 8 games, and each of them would have 2 more games to go. Thunderbolts will be finishing their league games today and would finish on 12 points. That is, if they can close out this game. Yusuf Zazai, the third of the 3 Afghanistan players, making it to the middle. Nawaz Khan Karavzai going for a knot. Kamran Hotak going for a knot. Yusuf Zazai, clearly he wasn't ready. He didn't think his chance of batting would come that soon. Shadley and Colquick, he has just come in and exploded with wickets here. Gary Graham, unfortunately, stuck on the non-striker end after hitting a mighty 6 earlier. There's Zazai trying to just take a run towards Gully. Graham is not going to do anything. He's probably going to let this over go. It's a very big ask now. Again, never say never. Anything below 36 can be achieved in an over. Mighty heave there. What an over. Second made in this match by Shadley once Colquick, where he also has picked up 3 wickets of that over. How wonderful and how crucial his bowling has been. 4 overs, 11 runs, 4 wickets, and he also has 2 maidens. "19 overs gone, 116 for 9. Gary Graham there, probably waiting for something. He has his task cut out. 6 balls remaining, 26 to get. Silicon Valley Strikers would wonder, where did they let this game slip? They had the opposition at 25 for 3. 56 for 4 after 10 overs, 10 overs when they were batting. Somewhere they just let things get away from them. 85 runs scored in the last 10 overs, and then they could just get along with the batting. Never got a momentum there. That last over has just extinguished all remaining chances for them. Now, Matt Henning. Gary, oh, he has other ideas. Huge 6 over the offside. He's not still letting it go. We did have a 23-run over, the previous one from Matt. This time, a short ball outside the off stump. A lot of room for Gary. He is, at this point, super confident. He's going to go with everything that is going to come at him. That's the only way. He can't take singles. He's got only 5 balls, 20 runs to get. Now another big hit, and suddenly the cat will be amongst the pigeons. There's a lot of breeze blowing across the ground now. In fact, that shot was against the breeze. That makes it even more special because he just hammered it, Gary. The key from the bowler has to be that he has to bowl full. He can't give any room. This is way above the bowler. That's a no ball for sure. That's a no ball for sure, absolutely. And a free hit. Nonetheless. Yeah, the wheels coming off there. That was a beamer. Above the bowler, full. Matt losing his footing out there. Are we seeing a moment of vulnerability? It's a free hit now. You can't get out. An absolute license for the batsman to go big here. Oh, he has given it a full charge. Outside edge, and it's gone towards the third man for 4. It's not over, I can tell you, by any stretch of imagination. Gary Grant is playing a gem here. He's going to go full big on everything that's dished out to him. Now just 15 runs, 4 balls remaining. What an exciting game. Oh, that's a dot ball. A dot ball is going to be gold dust here. You bowl straight, you bowl full. That's the only way to defend this total, because when you bowl full and fast, you don't get any space for the batsman to get in. Anything bowled short of length will go the distance. But that's the mood that Gary is in right now. Another full. This has gone up the air. Fielder coming in. Sujit Naik. Can he take the catch here? That's it. The game is done. Seattle Thunderbolts have pulled off this match. What a wonderful comeback. When they look back, they would say they have done splendidly well today. They have shown the intensity. They've shown the intent. They've shown the hunger to go out there and win those 2 points that was so important for them to stay alive in this competition, to make it to the next stage. And it's that kind of hunger, that kind of intensity that takes you places. They'd still some things to correct. They have dropped some catches, but they will be super proud today what their team has pulled off. It was a complete team effort stitched around that brilliant innings from Shashwat Kohli of 60. And at the end, their bowlers put on a great show to ensure that they defended this total of 141 and take 2 invaluable points and remain optimistic for a place in the Super 8s ahead. What a wonderful day's cricket here. It was the weather in the morning seemed like we won't have a good game's cricket, probably a curtailed game, but it was nice to see that the umpires went on with the game despite at moments it was rainy, it was drizzly, but the end we had a lovely day's cricket. So here's the story. Seattle Thunderbolts, after starting rather timidly in their batting, ended up scoring 141. And in reply, the Silicon Valley strikers, in bits and pieces, tried their best to get closer to that total. Eventually, because of some very inspired bowling from the Thunderbolts, they pulled off a magnificent win here. So let's take a look at the batting effort of the Silicon Valley strikers. Now, they did lose Yuvraj Samra again very cheaply today, but look at the balls played. He played 10 balls for 2 runs. Arepalli played another good innings for 30, but he had 31 deliveries that he played for that. Shehan Jayasuriya scored 39 too, but he didn't look totally fit. He was looking gingery all over the place, trying some un-Shehan-like shots, eventually falling for 39. He stayed for long, 39, but that came out of 38 balls. But that's the key. There was a lot of balls played for those runs. Dilpreet Bajwa didn't get on with anything today. 6 balls for 2 runs. It was until Raymond Reifer came in. Things were very slow, and Reifer did add some impetus to that innings. 22 of 13. Pranay Suri did try his best too. 6 for 3. It is at this stage the catches started happening for Thunderbolts. They had dropped a few in the morning. Not in the morning, in the first 10 overs. And they started taking some good catches here. Chris Cartwright took 2 very good catches to dismiss Reifer and Pranay Suri. Gary Graham, he was caught by Sujit Naik at the end. It was the last wicket to fall. He scored an inspired 18 of 10. Tarun Adada, he was caught by Chris Cartwright too. He had a good game, Chris Cartwright, in the field with catches. And Tarun was the first of the 3 wickets that Shatley took in his last over. Cartwright gone for 1. Nawaz Khan gone for 0. Kamran Hotak didn't open his account as well. Yusuf Zazai remained not out on without opening his account. For the Thunderbolts, that was a very good story as far as bowling is concerned. Every bowler chipped in there with something. Shadley bowling 4 overs, 2 maidens, 11 runs, 4 wickets. Henning, he went for a few today, courtesy that 23-run over from by Reifer against him. But he picked up the last wicket of Gary Grant to close that innings out. Chris Cartwright, 17 of his 2. Shivam Sharma took 2 wickets, 27 off for his 4. Sujit Naik bowled 3 overs for 15 and picked up 1 wicket, and that was the wicket of Reifer. It was an inspired bowling change towards the end when the skipper of strikers was going hell for leather, and he came in and picked up that wicket. But boy, Mayura Lakshmikant making his debut today in the big minor league. 3 overs, 11 runs and 1 wicket. Hats off, 3.67. He kind of broke the momentum completely when the team was about to accelerate. We were seeing Arepalli and Shehan going for some acceleration. It was Mayura Lakshmikant who's able to create those miserly overs. So at the end, that's the summary. Thunderbolts batting first, scoring 141 on the back of an excellent 60 of 45 balls from Shashwat Kohli and some able support provided by Shadley and Matt Henning. For strikers, it was Reifer, the skipper, who picked up 3 for 28 from his 4. Yusuf Zazai, 3 for 34 from his 4. But they would wonder, they probably let the Thunderbolts get away in the last 10 overs, scoring 85 runs. And that was probably 15 runs too many from what the strikers would have wanted. And in reply, The strikers scoring only 127 and losing the game by 14 runs. That changes the equation, and I hope the points table is updated for us to take a look. Right there, Seattle Thunderbolts are at 12 points now after their 10 games. They've finished all their games. East Bay Blazers have 2 more games to go. They are at 10. And Silicon Valley Strikers have 2 more games to go. They're also at 10. It is going to be 2 of those 3 teams that will make it. And there is San Ramon Grizzlies as well. Don't count them out. They've got 3 more games to go. They are at 8 points too. So anything can happen amongst those 4 teams at the top. But Thunderbolts would feel they have done exceedingly well here. They've lost 4 games though out of their 10, but they've won 6, and that does a whole lot of goodness to their chances over here. I hope you enjoyed this absolutely action-packed weekend here. We started on the Friday when Thunderbolts beat the Blazers. They continued with their winning spree after a very close game, the second game yesterday morning against Blazers, a game that ended on a tie, went to the super overs, and the Thunderbolts won a game there. And then they lost a game, their first one against the Silicon Valley Strikers, and they finished this weekend with a victory over the Strikers. So it was a make or break weekend for them. They had 4 games to play at home, and they won 3 out of the 4. They would certainly feel that was job very well done. It was fun for us to bring up the minor league broadcast for you this season. That ends the home games for Seattle Thunderbolts for this season. We will certainly be back with more commentary and action for next year's edition, and we wish the players all the very best from all the teams for the rest of the games ahead in the minor league 2025. So from us, me, Sheil Majumdar, and the entire team, thank you for joining us, and take care.